Oh dear. It appears that we have had a bit of a bug appear in the stream. That's quite curious. I may or may not have been playing around in Blender this morning. Just having a random idea and playing around with making something to show off on the intro overlay. It was actually inspired by looking at Barry's streaming's VODs. Going through that and realizing, what am I going to do for things such as bits and stuff if anyone ever donates them in the new overlay? And then I realized, well, I've created these for if people donate enough bits. I say that, one of them's gone missing. Where's my blue bug gone? Well, there's meant to be these, and there's meant to be a blue one as well. I have no idea where that has gone. Have a look. Emotes. Nope, Twitch appear to have removed it. Okay. Twitch is weird at times. But yeah, so I thought, oh, well, when I do come round to making the stream, I would like to have something that can be thrown in. And why not have bugs thrown in? So I've created this just as a spinning thing, but I could probably do something probably much simpler than this, because the way I've done this is probably not efficient at all. But just a very simple thing to actually throw in at me on the stream when we get to that. But that is for the future. And if we hop over, you can actually see my bug here. Where... oh, no, I need to... out. So this is my bug that I have done, and if I go into edit mode, you can see, well, this is not particularly efficient. I mean, it's a bit more efficient on that side, but there are better ways of doing all this. But yes, so welcome to the stream, everyone. Hello Silent Assassin, hello Control Delight. And yes, today we are going to be working through some more Streamline. We're going to be working through some more Streamline and trying to finally finish up the stream with finish up the track view, sorry. And then a bit later on, hopefully, we will get on to working on some more stuff, because I actually have something else in Blender which I will show you in a second, because Silent Assassin, you're asking how I made it pixelated. So the way I built this is I just created I have where have I put my reference? So I brought my reference in from Photoshop, so this is effectively just a massively scaled up version of the emote, and all it was effectively, in fact, if I had this, I'll just show you a quick example. If I add a plane and I want to rotate that plane, is it? That plane gone? Oh, it's hidden. Oh, didn't want to do that in edit mode. Right, had that. Add a mesh, a plane, rotate it 90 degrees, and effectively all I was doing is I went into orthographic, moved it to the correct place, and I was just sort of resizing it, and then it was just doing loop cuts. So I'd do R, Command R. Oh no, I need to be in edit mode for that. So I'd do Command R. Come on. There we are. And then just sort of drag there to about there. And once that's in, I could then do select a face and just extrude it out. And basically it was just all loop cuts and extrusions with a plane, and then I extruded the plane out. Now the problem is when it extruded out, it extruded all around the side, but the back wasn't done correctly, so I ended up having to actually fill all the faces in and tidy up various bits. So there's probably a far more efficient way of doing this, but it was just playing around and it got me used to these shortcuts. So yeah, this current song Silent Assassin is Up Your Street by Purple Planet Music. So you can find those purple-planet.com. If you just go in here, Up Your Street, and there you go. So you can find all sorts of stuff here. The terms are generally, as long as you credit them for stuff, it's fine. But if you want to use it for like if you're using it on Twitch or stuff like that, but if you're wanting to use it inside of like a video or something like that, you got to pay it. But I mean, $8 for a song is pretty good. So yeah. And hi Dragon Dust, I am doing fairly well today. Just showing off this bug. And hey Sinister, hey, everyone's coming to the stream. So yeah, this is the bug, which is, for those of you who missed the intro, let's get rid of that, which is my bug spin, which I just, as I say, threw together this morning on a whim. Actually, if I loop it, it looks a bit better when it's looping. But this is just playing around, getting used to, as I say, extruding things and using references and stuff. Now what we're going to be doing later, first we're going to actually work through some more stuff on Streamline, but later what I want to do is I have planned out the interior of the ship, or rather created plan views of the ship. And what we're going to do is actually sculpt the outside of the ship. So if I go top down, you can see that we have this nice shape here going all the way around. And I've actually done this so it's all, like, none of it is curves, it's all just straight lines, which is going to hopefully make it a lot easier for doing some low poly stuff. You can see this is sort of like cross section through the biggest part of the ship, but as you can see, we go to the side view, it sort of tapers off here and goes up a bit there. But I figure if we can get the exterior shaped, then we can fit all this in. Am I planning to do a game, and why am I learning Blender? Yes and no. So what I'm planning to do is what a few streamers have done. So the most advanced of the streamers is DoySwift. So I'll give shout outs to all of these. So DoySwift do a lot of art stuff, but what they have done for their stream is, rather than a simple VTuber like me, where it's just what is referred to as a PNG tuber, where it's literally just a bunch of PNGs, and it just switches between different variants depending on what I select, and has a variant depending on your voice. There are more advanced ones that use a lot more 2D stuff and just have a character. They've built an entire game environment. So they have their characters that run around. In fact, let's see if I can bring up .com/DogSwift. So let's see if they have. But you can, in fact, let's bring this up again. Sidebar. But they have their little characters that can run around, and they've built an entire game environment that they are running around in. Now there are others that have started doing this. So another one that is an excellent one. It's actually a few things they've done are actually a bit better, but they're coming at it from more of a programmer point of view. So it's like maybe their art, they're still learning Blender, so they're using a lot of pre-made assets, but they've done some cool things, which is Gwilym, who has built an entire layer that they can go around, and they've got like a dragon thing, and chat can sort of change colors and so on. And then the final one, which is what inspired me. Oh, hi Gwilym, just talking about you. So on top of Gwilym, the other one, and if you can catch the VOD, it is incredibly funny, which is Barry is streaming. And Barry built an environment for him to run around with the help of Doig and so on, to actually build this environment that he did on his April 1st stream. But also, I don't know if it was the day after, a few days later, he did a stream where he was talking about how he did all this stuff. And basically, from watching these streams, especially DogSwift, I've wanted to build my own, because they inspired me to start streaming in the first place. Creating this little robot was something I did for, inspired by their stream, and that prompted me to do streaming. And so what I want to do is build up a 3D environment and make my character in 3D. So this is why I'm learning Blender, and why I'll be doing some Unity later on, because I'm wanting to build up my environment. And whereas Gwilym has a dragon's lair, Barry basically has a box, and Doig and Swift have an airship, I'm building a spaceship. Where I will be later on in the stream. Why is it not letting? Oh, that's probably why. But yeah, so later on in the stream, I'll be trying to build all this out. Now, my Blender skills are still very new, so it will be cool to work out exactly how I'm going to piece all this together. But I mean, this was a lot of fun just playing around in Affinity Designer on the iPad, just building all these shapes out. But I figured it would be nice to get referencing. But yeah, so I mean, the stream should be fun, because the whole point of it being a spaceship is, for example, it would be nice to get it where chat can prompt me to travel to different places. So rather than just being in the vast expanse of space, I can go to various places and have it all change in terms of what is visible outside the various windows. It will also be fun to build up lore about why is there a robot on a spaceship with lots of crew cabins and you can't find the crew. So it's just something to make the stream a bit more fun, interesting, have stuff going on besides just coding, and being able to, rather than just have my character sat in the corner being completely static besides his flashing screen, being able to have him run around. I've actually taken a few bits of inspiration, so I'm actually going to take a bit of inspiration from you, Gwilym. one thing that I'm going to do is where you can have chat change the color of your character, I'm going to have this sort of the same on mine, but because I have a screen, what my idea is to have it basically like change the desktop theme. So I already have 3 themes sort of in my head, one of which is what you see at the moment with all the various like versions of the face, but another one is to have it like a pixelated version, a bit like the emotes. So you can see there are pixelated versions of all of these. And the other one is a green and black version, like a terminal. But being able to just have this up there, so it's fun just thinking of all the things that I can do, and I agree with you, Gwen. The possibilities are fantastic. So it's fun to see people coming at this, like people who are artists learning the coding side of it, people who are programmers coming to the learning the design side of it, and building all this together. I mean, as I've said before on stream, I have done 3D stuff well in the past. Like, I did it for several years when I was a kid, doing 3D modeling and stuff like that. So actually understanding all the concepts of 3D, I also had to study 3D graphics in university, which is why I ended up having to program a 3D scene and animation all by hand without any sort of 3D drawing package. But it just helps that I have some sense of how to do stuff in 3D, even though I'm still learning how to use Blender. And I also have a sense of programming, because I've been doing that for most of my life. So it just seems fun to mix the two together, and the idea is I'll be able to do some work on coding, and then when I get to that point in the day where my brain's gone on like doing any major coding, I can go and mess around in Blender or just tweak a few bits in Unity and just play around there. So it should be fun to play around with. But first, we're actually going to bring up Xcode, and I just need to add that a sec, because I need to make sure, because I've realized I have not set up right, everything is safe to show. I even have these sketches of what I'm actually going to be, like some of the interior stuff. So you're going to have like the, didn't mean to do that. You're going to have the main bridge here, but then you're going to have engineering back here, and this is going to be a room that I go into where I'm going to actually display my monitor on the screen. So it will be fun to get all that set up. I mean, those are the bits I want to get done first, so I'll be probably starting work on those after I get the exterior done. But yeah, it's just going to be fun to play around, getting back into 3D modeling, playing around in Unity, so we'll see how things. I don't think you'd ever want to stream, but you'd love to make one of these overlays. Yeah, it's fun to... It's going to be fun to do, fun to work on. I mean, maybe it comes to a point where people start wanting these built. And at some point today, I'm going to swap around my Apple Watch, because the amount of times that I move my hand and I catch the wheel on it and it triggers Siri, and apparently you can swap it round to the other side. I'm going to try that at some point. But yeah, that is essentially what my plans are long term, is slowly build this up. Once I get some of the basic modelling done, I'll start throwing stuff into Unity, and even if things are basic and it's not hooked up to Twitch, it'll be nice to just start getting stuff in there, because even if I can have my character running around in front of the screen, that's an improvement already. So yeah, we'll see what goes on. So, but first we want to get some more work on Streamline. So what we actually got to on Streamline, if I build and run, is we've got all of our stuff in here where we can... Oh, if I sort by there, we can rearrange tracks. So what we want to be able to do, we can sort by columns. We want to have these columns defined in code, because we don't necessarily want all of the columns everywhere. Specifically this first column here, we don't want it when it's the tracks view, because when you have a music app and you just have all the tracks, it doesn't make sense to sort them. But a playlist, it does. So what we are going to do is, in our view model, we've got our column here, and I think I'm going to actually split this out into a separate extension. Because what we want to do is to be able to define an NS table column, and an NS table column is going to have an identifier which can just be the string. We need a title, which is going to be a string. Is editable. And we'll do data cell to be an NS cell for now. We're not really going to do too much there. You had no interaction in your first few streams under your setup. You couldn't even move your head or arms. One thing I have considered is initially just literally having a cube and mapping my character, like just the PNG that I have, mapping that as a texture onto either like a cube or a plane or something, and that is the character moving through space for the first streams. Because it would be fun to have there, just moving around a bit. I mean, I don't really need to get too much working for like the initial thing. I want to get the bridge set up, the room that's going to have the screen, and just get those sort of basic shapes. Get a star field outside. Get my character being able to just move around, and then get my screen appearing in the overlay. And I think at that point I can start streaming with it and then build stuff over time, add more functionality, hook it up to Twitch and so on. So it'll be quite fun to do and play around with. But yeah, we'll see how things go. Right, want. Let's delete all these. And we'll do return. Nothing. Let's see how far out we go. So we need an identifier. Oh, we're going to need a width. Hey, we all start somewhere. That we do. I like how, in quintessential fashion, Doig has done the bare minimum for his character, but put more effort into features and functionality for Swifty, even if that works against her. Such as the ragdoll stuff. I was actually surprised watching Barry's stream how easy it was for him to get that ragdoll stuff in. It's literally just built into Unity. So yeah, it's just a function in Unity, and it was also great seeing the camera stuff that he did, because I initially went looking in for, oh, how has he done the Twitch stuff? But the Twitch stuff ends up not being too difficult, at least from like a programmer perspective, looking at what he did. But seeing like all the camera stuff where you can set up the cameras in Unity and set it up to correctly follow you around and like shift between them, like have a quarter move between them. It's just like, oh, I was a bit worried about how I'm going to program all that and get all that working, and it's literally just you draw it all, place it all in the scene, and it sort of just works. So yeah, and then the ragdoll as well, though I don't think a ragdoll is going to work quite as well for a robot, but we'll see. What can you not change? You can't change the index, the duration. Added file type. Are you using Cinemachine for your stuff, Willem? Because it certainly seems like the sort of thing that you want to use for a stream. It also gave me an idea, showing some of the stuff you can do in terms of like, I think it showed off you can get like chromatic aberration and get all sorts of effects and stuff like that. So what I'm thinking of, when I do get to the point where I can warp to different locations, do almost like a dolly zoom, which is where you sort of zoom in the camera while you're dollying it. Is it dolly zoom, or is it? Well, it's basically like you're zooming in while you're pulling the camera back. It's the Hitchcock effect that you see in stuff like Vertigo or in Jaws. But doing something a bit like that and then reversing it, but getting a chromatic aberration on it. Because if it is literally just a case of, oh, I'm just animating to this point and then animating back in, it just makes it seem quite easy to do effects like that. So there's so much fun stuff going on in my head, and seeing. I think the cool thing is that I see stuff that Dog's doing, I see stuff that you're doing, William, I see stuff that Barry's doing, and I'm getting inspiration. And I know that you're getting inspiration from them, and they're getting inspiration from you, and it's just fun because there aren't many people doing it. There's just sort of like everyone's constantly getting inspiration from one another and coming up with new ideas and stuff like that. So it's going to be quite fun to sort of to join the club of streamers messing around with this stuff, because it's quite a fun project and something that you can just build on bit by bit. Let's return false. Oh, Div looking into stuff. Who's the... I think there's two of it. Is it it's Wolfgang is looking into it as well? And I'm sure there's... I seem to remember someone else mentioned that they're looking into stuff like that too. But yeah, it's fun just seeing all the people who are playing around with this stuff. And hopefully it inspires others. Oh, Ionoki's looking into it as well. Oh, that should be fun. Though, one thing I am definitely going to absolutely steal from you, Gwillem, is I am going to make my own Doig and Swift plush and hide them on my spaceship. That is something I will most definitely be taking and using myself. It's okay. It's only Doig. You'll like the exposure. It increases the graphs. So, do I currently have? They are just NS text cells, aren't they? Right, NS. NS text field cell. In fact, let's just do text cell in that. Okay, so we have our columns. So what we should be able to do... Oh, what you're currently building for your second plushie? Have you got like ideas what you are doing, or are you just playing around with various potential ideas? So I want to do that. I want the data cell to equal column dot data cell. Is editable, is going to come from here. Oh, another streamer. Well, I look forward to seeing what becomes of it. So, at some point, I will actually find the time. You did actually get me from your stream, Squillen, to buy Oxygen Not Included, and it's something that I'm wanting to play because I generally love games like that. Like, I played a huge amount of RimWorld and those sorts of like colony simulator games, so it's something that I'm hoping to get into at some point when I actually have the time. Oh, don't worry, I'm already well into other games at the moment. The problem is I'm kind of addicted to other games right now. One of them is playing multiplayer Red Alert using the remastered versions. And then the other one is Power Wash Simulator, which, just as the name, like, it does exactly what it says on the tin. It simulates you power washing various things, but it is surprisingly therapeutic. Unless, like me, you try to speed run stuff and like time yourself and try to complete things as quickly as possible. So there's a lot going on in it, but it's quite a fun game, but one I get a little too addicted to. That may not be... yeah, that's read only. So... there's no point mapping that, so we'll go back to this. Go back to a for in. I'm going to do table view dot add table column and add our table column. So what I want to do is take all of these columns and delete. And then if I do self.setup table columns, this should add them for us. So let's see. Why are you complaining now? Okay. This is never actually going to be false, but God, let identifier equals that. Let's continue. Identifier. Is there... actually, why have you done that? That isn't even optional. There we go. So let's see if our table view has columns. It does. They're all the same size, pretty much. We can sort by them. And if we go here, yep, we can do this, and then if I drag a few things in, we can see that it adds various bits and pieces in. So we probably want to format these a bit better. We may get onto that later, but what I want to do is implement column toggling. I want to get the basic functionality, so we want to get column toggling where you can show and hide columns. You can also rearrange columns, but the thing is it brings them back, so we want to make sure that we're auto saving those per playlist and for the tracks. And then we want the ability, you saw me just drag the tracks into here. I want it so that we can drag them, like if you drag the file in, you can drag it onto this thing, this table, which shouldn't be too difficult to do. I mean, we should be able to get all of that done relatively quickly. Now, the first thing I want to do is open the Safari window and go to GitHub. And GitHub /uncubed_sw M3 AppKit source. Actually, where am I going through here? I should have this on my computer. M3 apps open source GitHub M3 AppKit code. Repository source M3 column visibility controller. So let's open this up and take a look. So you get all this stuff here that is basically going to create the menu. So there is essentially no real point in looking at this because I've done it poorly. To be fair, I wrote this 12 years ago, so I wasn't quite as good, but we're going to basically do something similar. So we're going to create a column visibility controller. Tracks. We could just do table column visibility controller. So this is going to be AppKit. Right, so what this needs is a table view that is going to manage. In fact, we could just do a let table view init. There's table view. After table view equals table view, and then we also want the menu, which is just going to equal NS menu. Right. So we've got that. I want to do table view, header view dot menu equals self.menu. Actually, this needs to be going to create our menu. Oh, yeah, because this needs to be a... And no, let's do it this way. Menu.delegate equals self. And then we're going to do an extension of table column visibility controller, which is going to be an NS menu delegate. Now, NS menu delegate is going to let us define what is in the menu, what the item should be. So, I'm doing number of items. And node identifiers. We want a list of node identifiers because sometimes some of these you don't want to actually allow them to be shown or hidden. I'm going to pass that in. I can type things correctly. Right, so what we want is var columns, which is going to be NS table column, and we're going to turn table view dot filter self.ignored identifiers contains $0 dot identifier dot row value equals false, and return self.columns dot count and menu update item at index. Actually, just for optimization, I'm going to leave that empty, but we're going to update it when the menu is about to open. And then we can do self.columns index item.title equals self.columns.title. Okay. Oh. This needs to be in this object then. Which means we need to do super.init. Okay, so we've got a table column visibility controller. So what we're going to do is throw this into here. Lazy var column visibility controller. I'm gonna do turn table column visibility controller, self.table view. When I ignored identifiers, ignored columns equals max viewModel.column. And what we're going to prevent hiding, we're going to prevent hiding. But I think we're only ever going to prevent hiding one item, which is going to be. So let's take a look at music and see what music lets you hide. Okay, so you can't get rid of the title. Or the duration. Title, oh no, it's time. So you can get rid of that, you can't get rid of the title. Okay, let's do this the long way then. Column dot index dot row value. Title dot row value. Okay, so we go through that. And then create that. So there shouldn't really be anything more to do. We do need to actually force it to become initialized, so we'll just do some slightly hacky code there to make sure that that works. So yeah, there we go. So showing duration, artist, albums, all this stuff here. So what we now want to do is the next thing is going to be going to get the table column, which is going to be self.columns index. Table column. So the item state is going to be table column dot is hidden, off, or on. We're also going to add an action toggle column, which is going to have a sender of NS menu item. And we could probably do item.represented object equals table column. And then we could do guard let table column equals sender as NS table column. So we're going to get our table column back out of the menu item. Otherwise we're going to exit, and then table column dot is and dot toggle. Oh, sender dot represented object. The other thing we need is item dot target is self, and item dot action equals toggle column. So we go in, we will see all these are now checked. And I can hide all these things and then bring them back. If I rearrange, you'll see that it doesn't actually affect the order in here because the order doesn't change. However, if I go away and come back, they all reappear. So how do we fix that? Well, we fix that with an identifier. So what we want to do here in our tracks view model is have our for, I believe it is it's the autosave name. So what we're going to do is create our autosave name. Going to be a string, and we're going to inflet playlist equals playlist. Return tracks, and then it's going to be the ID of the playlist. So we're going to get the UID string. Else we're just going to return tracks. So these are all look the same, but if I rearrange that, oh no, we haven't actually set the autosave name, so it's actually not going to do anything. Always make sure that when you write code, you write all the code. Autosave name. If I rearrange those, go there, we'll see that they've swapped, but if I go back, it has maintained them. And if I quit and relaunch, okay, it hasn't restored them because we need to do this before we do the table columns. So if I do that and then quit and relaunch, okay. Okay, so do we have to do that after then? This should say everything user default switch user and each application user. If none of those reset value is nil. Change the value of this property to a new name. The table reads any saved information and sets the order and width of this table views columns to match. Curious. Right, so if I go in here, so we've got our table view, I'm going to rearrange and I'm going to quit, and then I'm going to go defaults read com.mcubed.sw. In fact, let's, first of all, let's now if I go to item, preferences, profiles, hotkey window, text. Increase it to that and just had the sidebar for a second. So defaults read com.mqsw streamline, I believe it should be. There we go. Oh yes, that would be why, because we're recreating the tracks on launch every time, so the IDs will not match up. So this will work when we get persistence working. Until then, it won't. But toggling columns works. So next up, we want to drag files and tracks to the tracks view. And that shouldn't be too difficult because we can basically copy some of this. Oh, first thing we need to... Oh. I say that. Let's just shift this, and then I need to commit before I do any more. Make sure we build, we do. Let's see, commit changes. So I discovered, well, I won't say discovered, but realised something about my new Mac and what I'm actually hoping for from the next version of macOS. I discovered just how underperforming, I mean underperforming isn't the right word, just how much headroom Apple has given the Mac Studio. Because when I was running, when I was rendering out that spinning bug animation, it took about 6-7 minutes for about 119 frames. But the thing is, it was pretty much using all my CPU and GPU to render that out, but the fans never went above idle, and the temperature, like the CPU temperature, never went above 55 degrees C, and the GPU never went above 45 degrees C. And one thing I'm hoping is that next version of macOS provides some more, like, I don't know whether it would be optimizations for like Apple Silicon to push it further. Because you see like the MacBook Pros and everything, and they're getting fairly toasty. But they are fairly thin, they're also running on battery, they don't have massive fans. Whereas the Mac Studio, it's like 2/3 of it is the heatsink and fans. And they're constantly running at around 1300 RPM. There is nothing that I have seen that I've been able to do, or that I've seen others be able to do, that has been able to push it much above that. Like, people have been running these for like 24 hours and stuff, just constantly like encoding video and doing other intensive tasks, and fans just do not spin up on it, which would be fine. But if your CPU and GPU are only running about 45 to 55 degrees C, it feels like there's a lot more potential there for you to maybe up the clock speeds a bit and push it a bit more and get some more performance out of it. So I'm hoping that macOS 13 will have some sort of like performance mode for the Mac Studio, and any like Mac Pro that they announce that allows you to push the clock speeds and everything up more, and say, I don't have a battery, just let me use as much as the cooling allows. because it seems kind of ridiculous that this is so much, like, for rendering 3D stuff, this is about 3 times faster than my old machine. But the temperatures are about half of that. Like, the old machine would get 90 to 100 degrees on CPU, GPU, whereas this only gets to around 45 to 50. And the fans would ramp up to twice as fast, so they'd be up around 2700 RPM, whereas these run at 1300. So it's ridiculous that you're getting 3 times the speed, half the temperature, and half the fan speed. But it still feels like there could be more there. So we'll see what Apple actually comes out with. Okay, so we have this copied over here so that we can reuse it. So what we are going to do is going to here. Actually, we have our tracks table data, so we have our drag and drop. So what we want to have happen is I want to change this slightly. So the first thing is guard let types equals info dot dragging pasteboard dot types. You know, I've realised I haven't asked, what is everyone actually up to today? Are you working on your own projects at the moment while you're watching, or are you just relaxing, or waking up, or whatever is going on wherever you live? Oh, your final assignment's due on Wednesday. Oof. Very, very close to being done. So hopefully you manage to get that finished and sent in time, and you can get some nice time to relax for a while and not have the stress of assignments. Refactoring your company's app. Oh, that's always a fun thing. That's what I'm currently doing on contract work, is going through a bunch of refactoring at the moment, so that should be okay. And welcome to the chat, Rick Lowe. Hope you are enjoying it here. I'm working on the day job at the moment, Dragon Dust. Oh, yeah, the day. I mean, this is sort of the day job for me when I'm not doing contract work, so I can sort of consider this the day job, because the hope is that it does bring in some money. But yeah, it's always nice to work on the side projects later. So hopefully you manage to get to that as soon as possible and get rid of the earning money and get onto the having fun. Wrong button that. You're wrapping up your Blender session and you got to head to bed. Well, thank you for dropping in, Gwilym, and hopefully I'll be able to show you some more stuff over time when you drop in, but hopefully you rest up well, and see you tomorrow, hopefully, on either Dog's stream or your stream or something around there. So thank you again for coming in, and thanks for the follow, Zenzeus. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Alright, so our types contains file URL. want to return drop operation equals on. Keep hitting the wrong key. At some point I will get used to having a full-size keyboard again and hitting the correct place for the arrow keys. But until then, I won't. I'll just keep hitting the wrong button. Can drop file URLs. Right, what I need to do is probably stick this onto track. Have a static let file extensions equals this. So I'll do that and return generic version on and track.allowed file extensions contains actually probably going to want to do this in resources, so for that we can do track.allowed file extensions, and we will grab these and throw these onto don't care about the child index. Right, so we have those in. What we can now do, so can view model, can drop info.dragging pasteboard.file URLs. We'll return generic. What is view model, soft.view model, so we can get rid of an optional. There's view model isn't set, there's no point in allowing us to do anything. And up here we want to get types, we want to get the pasteboard items, and we want to get the view model. And if we have all of those, we'll continue, otherwise we'll return false. So if types contains view model.trackRow.pasteboard type, and we're dropping above, which we should always be, because we should never technically get to that point if we're dropping on, because validate drop once we've returned correctly. Types things. That file URL, isn't it? And we're dropping on. I can return view model dot drop. Baseboard file URLs onto self dot. Oh yeah, we don't need to pass in the model controller, do we? Because it's actually being called on here. I can get rid of that. Self.model controller. Okay, hopefully that builds. No, it doesn't. Oh, get rid of the overrides. Right. Grab these, and I should be able to drag. Nope, because I have not registered for drag types. Up here, we want to add file URL. Take 2. Aha. So that will work, but what we want to do here drop row -1 dot on. So if you set the drop row to -1 and the drop operation to on, when I drag these, rather than dragging onto a row, no matter where I drag on here, it's highlighting all around the table. And we can now drag files in. And then we can, well, if we select that, we can rearrange them. So we're all doing fairly well. So what I am going to do is I'm going to go and make myself another cup of tea. And when we get back, we will try to tidy some of this up, because we want to make sure that we have a initial sort index. We want to make sure that we have appropriate sizes for each of these columns rather than all being same size. We want to not have all of them visible to begin with, and we also want to actually display some useful information in these various columns. So I will be back in probably about 3-4 minutes once I have a fresh cup of tea, and then we'll get on to working through that. So see you all in a few.
daughters. Ooh. You can fall asleep on sheets of gold and wake up as a pauper. We all get old, we all slow down as the walls they close. We fall, we drown, and I need some breathing space. I won't grow old with grace. I need some breathing space. I can't keep living straight. Oh, we ain't gonna linger and wallow when there's hard cash coming back. No way, I'll just sit here when I know that there's hard cash coming back. Hard cash. Don't want no easy money. Oh no. Money couldn't buy me happiness, just a prettier misery. There's a price to pay for a life of luxury. Oh, the air is thin, the glare, the smoke, and the wear within. It tears, it's choking. I need some breathing space. I won't grow old with grace. I need some breathing space. I can't keep living straight. Oh, we ain't gonna linger and wallow when there's hard cash coming back. No way, I'll just sit here when I know that there's hard cash coming back. Hard cash. We ain't gonna linger and wallow when there's hard cash coming back. We ain't gonna linger and wallow when there's hard cash coming back. No way, I'll just sit here when I know that there's hard cash coming back. Hard cash. Don't want no easy money. Oh no. And now that we have all arrived, my friends, get in your cars and drive. And now that we have all arrived, my friends, get in your cars and drive. Gonna drive our blues away. Just another sunny day. Gonna drive our blues away. Just another sunny day.
Okay, I am back. So let's take a look at what we can work on next. So I think what we're going to do, if I bring the sidebar back, is we can delete all of that, and we can come back and write down what we need to do. So we don't want you to be able to drag the first table column, so bring index, add default widths. We want all our columns to have default widths and probably minimum maximum widths. Add formatting. And then default visibility. So let's see if we can get all of that done. In theory, it should be fairly quick to do all this. So don't allow dragging. What we want to do there, I believe it will be a table view delegate method. There we are, should reorder column to column. So what we're going to do there is in our table source in the delegate reorder column to column. If column index equals 0 or new column index equals 0, return false. Else return true. So you can't drag anything before, and you can't drag the first one. So, oh, that's actually a fair point. That actually needs to be defined by the view model. Actually, can you view? Oh. If allows rearranging tracks. Well, that view model equals self.view model. So we want to get our view model, otherwise don't allow anything to happen because there's no point if it isn't set. And if we allow rearranging tracks and either the index is 0, return false, otherwise return true. So what that should mean is that I should be able to drag that to there, but I shouldn't be able to drag that to there, and I shouldn't be able to drag that to there. Okay, first thing done. That I don't have linear open. I believe Actually, that we can probably. No, stick that back into to do. So this is. That is done. Next up, default widths. So let's drag some files in. So we probably want title to be like that, artist. We want creation before artist. In fact, we'll rename that to time while we're at it and rearrange the order. So title creation, that should just be time. Artist album beats per minute is going to be fairly small. Year is going to be fairly small. Tag is going to be big. Date added. Good sort of elsewhere. File size probably about that big. Type probably about that. No type probably going to want to be bigger. And album artwork. Wherever album artist. Okay, so we will do our default width is going to be, well, let's use a double because we can get rid of CG floats now. Switch self. We will copy and paste that because this already has the indentation in, which is what we would like to reuse. Hi Pashley, welcome to the chat. Yeah, Swift is both a wonderful language and a strange language. Are you a Swift programmer yourself, or do you mostly work in other languages? Use a decent amount of TypeScript, never used Swift before, just learned about it. Yeah, it's... If you're coming from TypeScript, it's not going to be too bad. I mean, I haven't used TypeScript, but I've used a lot of JavaScript, so I've switched back and forth between JavaScript and Swift, and it's not too bad switching between the two. There's obviously context switching that goes on there, but if you're using like something like TypeScript or the more recent versions of JavaScript that have more of a like basic class-based stuff in, it's not that difficult. It's just some bits are weird, some bits are wonderful, some bits are frustrating. So some bits of the type system are incredibly frustrating, but things like enums are absolutely wonderful. Because I mean, here I have an enum for all of my table columns. Just by saying that it's a string means that this is effectively the same as equals index equals title, so it's already added all that stuff in. Adding case iterable basically means that I can enumerate through all these properties, and then I can add my own properties and functions to this that are just switch on themselves. So I could do like my enum, and I can do column dot title, column dot album dot is editable. So enums are absolutely fantastic. You will love those. They're probably Swift's best feature. But yeah, it's if you have any questions about Swift, feel free to ask them. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. I've been using it for quite a while. I haven't been using it fully since it was first released, because I tried it immediately after they announced it and then realised it probably needed a few years to bake for a bit, because they figured out how arrays worked. Oh yeah, enums are absolutely fantastic, especially because you can give them associated types. So what other enums do I have? Let's see, I have my plist keys, cell type. Here we go. So tracked row. So in my app, you can have, in the track view, you can have tracked rows. And if you're in the tracks, then we have a track object that represents all of the data along here. But if you're in the playlist, because a playlist can have many tracks and a track can be in many playlists, we have a joining item called a playlist track, which also contains a sort order. Now, because I want to reuse all of this, then I want to be able to basically have this just display the tracks, but in here there's an extra layer of indirection because these are technically playlist tracks. So the way I've done that is this works in a thing called a track row. Okay, well, how do we actually distinguish between the two? Well, all we do is we pass in a kind, and the kind is an enum with two cases, track and playlist track. But you'll notice here, I have track and playlist track. That's because you can associate items with it. So what I can do is a track has an argument, the case of a track, or a playlist track has an argument of a playlist track. So like down here, if I want to, for example, get, for example, the model ID of what I'm dealing with, I switch on self and I do case track, as you would in switch statement in almost any other language, but then in the brackets I can do let track, and that then populates the track variable with the whatever track is on this case, and then I can access that in the case. It does full pattern matching as well, so you can do all sorts of cool pattern matching. If, for example, in fact, let me open up a playground. I'm going to show you. I don't use pattern matching a huge amount, but it does have some really cool functionality. So if I create an enum, which is, let's call it coordinate. Or rather, no case. Let's just do case flags. Actually, no, you don't even need to do that. You don't even need an enum to do the pattern matching. what I can do is let flag1 equals true, let flag2 equals false, and then you can do switch flag1, flag2, case true, true, print both true, case true, false, print first true, oh, is it meant? It's meant to be. To stick some brackets in. So if I stick some brackets into here, that should. This is the problem. I haven't done pattern matching in a while. Okay, so does it have to be? Either way, you're meant to be able to do pattern matches. Let's see what I'm doing wrong here. Swift programming language book. There we are. Swift programming language. No, I don't want to get it on books. I want to get it. There we are. You quit. So you get a full programming language with full tour, and you get a guide here. And what I am looking for, probably control flow on this page. So yeah, switch statements. You can, for example, switch if you have a string or a character here. You can do case that character, case that character. You can do the same with strings, but obviously you need a default for any strings you don't handle. You can do interval matching, so you can switch on an integer and case 0, case 1 to 5. So here we are, tuples. So why is... So this is some of the pattern matching you can do. Oh, because... Right. Let tuple equals flag1, flag2. And if I do switch on the tuple, and then I do this, is that going to... Oh no! I know why I've been doing this wrong the whole time, because you need to put that around there. There we are. So I should just be able to stick that into there. There we are. So it's coming out with first true because it's true false. If I stick that to true true, it comes out as both true. So you can go through that, but I mean the pattern matching is pretty great because you can do things like if it's 0, 0, it's on the origin, or if it's any value in 0, it's on the X, 0 and any value, it's on the Y, and then just do some more pattern matching there. So yeah, switch statements and enums are some of the most powerful things. You can actually use this as a tip, something that I've used in some of the contract code, but also I think I've done it in a few places in some of my own apps as well. Enums are fantastic for defining states in the state machine. So you can actually create an enum and create a case for each state in your state machine, and any things that you need to have on that state you can add as like associated values on the enum, and it just works pretty well. You just like switch between them. You can have like functions on them for if I like, you could have like a function which is function is valid transition to, and then you'd have new state, and then you'd have your state, which would be turn a boolean, and then you just switch on self, and then you can, for each case, you can just switch on new state, and then return whether going from self to the new state is valid or not. And then this is a function defined on the actual state enum, which is fantastic to do. So it's really, really powerful. The only downside, and this is where you got to see the weirdness of Swift. What if I wanted, in fact, let's go down here. So what if I wanted to see, is this, like if I have like column equals column.album. What if I wanted to just check, and all I want to care about is, am I album? Like, is column equals album? Now, if you have a type like string, which is equatable, or you define your thing as equatable, then you can just do equals. Like, does this equals this? Now, unfortunately, this doesn't quite work up here, where you have your associated types, because you need to do, does it equal this specific thing? You can't just do, does it equals just some generic track? If you wanted to do that, you have to use this syntax. If case dot album equals column. Not if column is equal to album, is if case album, and then you assign it the column. If you want to do it with a kind, it's if case, you could, if we did this, what would it be? Track row dot kind dot track equals, let's just create a track. You could do track equals track row. That would work, and that would get you any track, or you could do let track to get it there. So yeah, it makes a little bit more sense when you have these properties here, because you're basically assigning the track row to that and extracting out there. But yes, it's a little strange, but it's the one strange bit of enums. But other than that, enums, switch statements, they're all absolutely fantastic. But yeah, like I say, if you have any questions or anything, feel free to ask, and I'll answer whatever I can. It's a fun language to play around with, and there's lots going on, like new features being added, new quality of life features being added all the time. So it just takes a while to get used to at times. Right, so we have our default width. I'm not going to bother with minimum, maximum widths. They're just going to be fixed to probably 50 and 150. 50 and let's say 300. We can tweak those later if we need to. So you can see here how this stuff is coming together. I've got an enum of columns, and I call column all cases, which gets me all these cases. I may remove one of the cases, but then up here when I pull this out, I pull this, and this is just my enum. This is a value in my enum that I'm iterating over as though it's a just any object to structure anything. And I can just get the raw value from it, so get it as like these values as a raw string, and then I can call for the title, the cell, whether it's editable, default width, which are all these things down here. So right. Curious. Why does it not sort them here? Should be calling the exact same code. Oh, I bet I know why. Because it's got the autosave. Right, defaults read. Yeah, so we've got our columns there. So if I copy this and I do defaults, defaults delete, that, and then do that again. There we go, it's displaying correctly. So because tracks has a fixed one, it is actually storing things correctly. So for example, if I swap album to there and then I quit and relaunch, it is doing what wasn't working for the playlist because we're creating those each time and they have a different ID each time. So this is working fairly well. They all look fairly good. So now let's add some cell formatting. So the things we want to format are time, beats per minute, year, date added, file size, and type. I have just realized there is one thing that I do need to tweak, which is in the table resizing none. You don't want to resize the column when you resize the window. Right. Is NS formatter, that is foundation. So it's going to be an NS text field cell no matter what we do. So we don't need to actually have the data cell in there. We can shove the data cell here. So let cell equals that. But what we actually want is we're going to set the formatter on the side. And this is something that I think UIKit still doesn't actually let you do, which is on a label, a text view, whatever, just assign it an NS formatter. It's one of the things that AppKit does that is pretty wonderful and makes stuff a lot easier that UIKit just never received for some strange reason. Right, so we have our formatter here. And what we are going to do is switch south. Now, if the case is a duration, date added, year, right, so what we are going to want to do interval date. Oh, it's date components. Yeah, string from time interval. Right, so the reason I'm being a little hesitant here and thinking is that formatters are expensive. So formatters, you don't just want to like, oh, I'm going to create a formatter and return it every time this is called, because they're expensive to create. That said, it is being stored on the column, so actually we probably can get away with just generating and returning this, because we're only going to create these once when you switch to a table view, and they're not that expensive that it's expensive that if you were recreating these for every single cell in the table that's got thousands of rows, then you're going to get a slowdown. But in this case, we're creating it once per table, so that should be okay. So what we're going to do is get create a date components formatter, and what we want to do is unit style equals brief formatter dot allowed units equals our init and formatter dot Zero formatting behavior equals drop leading. So we should be able to return the formatter there. But here we would just want a date, formatter, in fact we could probably, for now we'll just return a basic date formatter. Here we're going to have a date formatter. We just do, I think it's lowercase y, just a single one. The file type we're just going to return, actually that needs to be optional, because for default we're going to return nil. I think for the file type for now we're going to return nil because I'm not sure there is a existing format for that. For file size there should be, because it should be a formatter equals byte count formatter. Dot count style equals file. And here we want a number formatter. Now what we're going to do here equals BPM. So if that returns a formatter, so that should hopefully make a lot of our stuff appear nicer, or it's going to crash. Well, it hasn't crashed. Okay, so we've got 0 BPM there, so what we need to do is, already to begin with, we need to increase that. Then we need to add some files in. Can we not drag to there? How have we managed to break that? Okay, so time is not working because that is probably complaining that it is not the correct thing. Those are not being passed as dates, they're being passed as strings, so we will have to fix that. File size is working. Date added is not. I am returning the date added, aren't I? I go to the data source. for column. Query for column, date added. Yeah. It is the date when the track was created, so I wonder if the default date formatter does not actually define anything. So date formatter dot date style equals short, time style equals short. So for the year we don't want a formatter, we actually want when we are importing, so we're getting it as a string, we want right, so we're going to clean up the year. And what we're going to do is let string equals string, else return and empty string. So if string dot wonder am I going to have to restart Xcode? I think I'm going to have to restart Xcode. Okay. Oop. Didn't mean to do that. Okay. I'm going to have to change that shortcut. Where are we? Alright, so now if I do that, now it doesn't lock my screen anymore, it quits Xcode, and then I can launch Xcode again. Let's see if this runs now. There we go. So that's returning nil. Okay. Okay, let's... Oh yeah, I can't undo cross things. So we just want clean up here. That. Don't care about clean up here because it should just be the year. And then what we're going to do is we need formatter. Oh, static private let here formatter equals that's going to be it's going to be an ISO date formatter, I think. I'm not sure what options we'll need, but we will do that. And what we want to do is let date equals self dot year formatter dot date from string. Then we want to get components equals date date dot component. How do you have to go via a calendar? Calendar dot current dot date components date return components dot year. Oh yeah, that's an optional. So do get that. Okay, so that should hopefully give us the year when we drag in files. There we go. 2018, 2015. Well, that's good. Right, so we've got this here. So for this one, we need to actually go into here and we need to tweak value for column, because the duration here is going to be a little more complex. So we're going to do guard let duration equals self.kind.track duration else return nil. Otherwise, we're going to do a date components and return second. Oh. We'll just do an int the duration. We only really care about the seconds, not the nano. Right, so that's showing 0 seconds. So we definitely don't want that to be brief, but we want that to be short. Or maybe abbreviated. Okay, let's drag our files in. 4-minute 41, 5-minute 28. So we want positional actually. So we get that in and go and drag. There we are. 411, 528, 355, 337. So we have our time, title, beats minute, year. Okay. So we have type. So if I search for matter, let's list formatter. Interesting. Right, so we're going to have to create our own formatter. Which is going to be a file type formatter. And what this is going to do that's what we want. So it's going to be class file type formatter, which is going to be a formatter, and in here I believe we need to let's open up this formatter documentation. So formatter what to override at least string for object value and get object value for string. String for object value and get object value for string. So what I think we can do is just return false here. Because we're not going to allow converting back, we can potentially do that. It's not too difficult to do, but we don't particularly care about it. So let type equals the ut type, and we're going to if let Applied type equals object. Object as type. Type equals supply type. Else if the UTI string is an object as string, let generator type equals UT type with UTI string. Type equals generator type else return no. And then in this case we're going to return type dot localized description. So the type isn't defined there, but if I drag these, I will work that out in a second, why it's not letting me drag onto there. If we go along, oh yes, because we're not actually using it. Okay, before we do that, I want to find out why on earth, bar drag types equals not pastable type equals our URL drag types dot append that. So that should fix that. But then what we want to do is in our view model, we're going to go down and file type, we're going to return a file type formatter. So now this should work. If I go to tracks, I should be able to drag the files in. Apple MPEG for audio. Now what I should also be able to do is, let's open up music. If I go to song, show, okay, so we have, this is a WAV, so it should be able to drag that in. It doesn't have any other information in there, but at least we get it's a waveform audio. What other things do we have in here? That's an MP3. So we didn't actually get the artist from the MP3, so that's a bug, but MP3 audio. So it's converting this, and the thing is, because this is localized, if I was to run, in fact, I will show you rather than tell you. Oh, actually, no, it probably won't work. Let's give it a try. Because I don't actually have any localizations, this may not work. Yeah. But if I did have localizations, these should all be fully localized. But because I technically don't have a German localization, then it is not actually going to localize it. Right. So we need to find out why that MP3 was not importing. But first, we are going to, well, cell formatting is almost done. What we are going to do is formatting of cells. I'm going to go to track metadata and apply ID3. We are going to build and run, and I'm going to drag across. What else do we have? That's an MP3. Right, so we've got our keyed metadata. Right, so what we want is TPE 1. So, if we go and look at these, lead performers, original artists. So what we probably want to do is let artist equals keys metadata ID3 we do lead performer R and R original artist. Artist.value. So now this should work. Where was that? MP3. No. Ah, that one worked. Okay, so why did those other ones not work? Is the data in a different format? No, it's there. So what is our keyed metadata? Okay, so we just simply do not have the ID3 tags set on it. Which probably makes sense because I don't believe iTunes updates the ID3 tags unless you tell it to. So if I open that in QuickTime, inspect the details. getting some information there. So where's it pulling the information from? Getting the album and the title. What other metadata do we have? Asset.metadata. Okay, what about QuickTime user data? Nope. HLS. Not. ISO. Nope. And there's no iTunes, so it's just. Wait, why are we getting that now? Interesting. Oh, once. Right, call them without blocking when the key available metadata formats has been loaded. Okay, so that's going to make things interesting. I mean, it's not going to make things that interesting because I need to do, because where we're calling it is here on populate metadata, and this should not be run on the main thread because you do not want to be importing lots of files where you, like lots of audio files where you are potentially going through loading the main, loading metadata up and getting various properties about them and copying them and doing all that on the main thread, because that is just going to block your UI. So we want that in, and if it starts taking a while, then we can show page progress bar. So that's something that we can deal with later. So let's tackle that later. What we're going to do is get the default visibility, and then I'm going to take another quick break, and then we're going to go and do some Blender, which should be a lot of fun. Right. So the default visibility should be quite simple. What we want to do is go to our tracks view model. And our default visibility, and what we need to decide is which of these do we want to be visible. So index, yes. Title, yes. Duration, album, artist, beats per minute, we don't care about. Genre, nope. Year, no. Tags, nope. Date edit, nope. Nope. Actually, we want to be doing this inverse. Oh no. It is better to make it a whitelist effectively, or an allow list, rather than the block list. So if it's index, oh, actually we can dot. If any of those return true, else and false. that. And we need to go over here. Double column dot is hidden equals column dot default visibility. Actually, yeah, we could probably rename that to hidden by default, and then that should be false, so that should be true. Hidden by default, and then it should invert that, and then we see we get that, the title, index, title, time, artist, album, genre, and place. And everything else is looking pretty good. So I will commit that. So I think what we're probably going to work on next on this is probably looking into the persistence. So maybe on Wednesday, but probably more likely on Friday, I'm going to look into getting this so it's actually persisting stuff to disk. And when it is persisting stuff to disk, then we can maybe look into the absolute basics of playback. So play, pause, next, back, volume control, and playing through a playlist or playing through the tracks and so on. Once that's done, then we'll start working on the stream stuff. So I am going to take a 2-minute break, and when we get back, we will then play around in Blender and build a spaceship. So hopefully you'll stick around for that. So see you in a few minutes. we now have Blender all set up here. So this is the spaceship that I am going to be building, and this is eventually going to become the new set for my stream. So most of the actual action will end up taking part in this room, which is just going to have a screen that will be where you can actually see my screen going on, but it's going to be a full spaceship set, and it's going to be 3D with my robot in 3D running around it, but it's also going to be more interactive, so you'll be able to actually redeem channel points to do things such as throw stuff at me or change the theme on my robot's face. So do you want this standard theme? Do you want a pixelated one? Do you want it to be like green on black like a terminal, or any sort of things I come up with? You'll be able to redeem things such as changing where the spaceship goes, so I'll be able to pilot it to another location and have what is visible outside to change. So all these things will be available, that you'll be able to interact a lot more, because at the moment the only real thing that you can do is like highlight message, get emotes, or do a stretch check, and that's about it. And it's when you're coding for long periods of time, it's not interesting for you. It's, to be frank, not quite as interesting for me as it could be. So having this, building it a bit more interactive, should be fun. And it's also a nice palate cleanser, because when it starts getting late in the day, my brain starts going, and if I'm streaming and I'm going for a long time, it's just, I want to keep streaming, but my brain is not functioning to code, at least not code on very complex stuff. Whereas if it's doing some modeling in Blender, that is a lot easier to do when my brain is tired. Hacking around in Unity should be a lot easier to do when it's just doing small tweaks here and there, when it's a lot more artistic in nature and not quite as much coding. So hopefully we'll be able to get this working, and my aim, hopefully by the end of June, will be to try and get the absolute basics up and running. So I want to get this bridge designed, at least basically, like very basic shapes and not much detail. This room here, get a camera that can move around, get my screen displaying, and just get a little like a cube or a plane that's just got the 2D version of my character on, that will go around and can actually move around the world. And if I can get that done by the end of June, then I can start using it, and I can build on it week by week, sometimes on stream, sometimes off stream, just to add new functionality until eventually we get this whole thing done. Now you may be thinking, well, if that's what you want to do, why are you designing this whole spaceship? Well, the reason is that the outer hull of the spaceship defines the interior shape of quite a few of these rooms. So I want to get that done so that I can then fit the rooms inside, and once I have the rooms inside, I can then fill the rooms up. So you probably will never actually see the exterior of the spaceship in the initial pass. You'll only see it with me modeling it. I may use it for a few bits and pieces on the stream, maybe like the Be Right Back screen or something like that. But yeah, you won't see too much of it. Maybe later on I'll have it where I can go outside the spaceship and wander around and so on, see what happens there. But yeah, this should hopefully be a lot of fun. Now, I am still a bit of a Blender novice. I've done a fair bit of 3D, but that was about 2 decades ago, and it's still taken a while for me to learn this stuff. So what I may be doing may not be the most efficient way. If anyone does have tips along the way for things where it seems like I'm making things way too much like hard work for myself, then feel free to let me know, and I'm happy to take advice and tips and so on. But otherwise, hopefully this is a bit enjoyable for you. So what we can see here is I've actually created some reference for myself, and I've created some plans. So we have our top elevation. In fact, if I go into orthographic view, we've got our top elevation, our side elevation, and our front elevation. Now these are not, well, at least this one is not positioned exactly where these are. This is sort of, let me do that. This is sort of dead in the middle there, and this is sort of about there. So that is really sort of the shape. I mean, this as well, if I shift it up, is about that plane there. So you can sort of see the shape a bit better there. See the height and stuff. So that does help. So what I might actually do, if I undo that, this is going to be a box reference. I'm going to duplicate this and do real reference. And let's name some of these. So this one, if I had that, top down, front, side, top down, front. So for this one, what I'm going to do is, right, where is that is positioned x 0.5, so we want that to be x 0.5. That we probably want to move it, and if the y is 12.25, that's 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, so probably want it to be 6. And then we probably want this to be what? 2, well, probably 1.5. Actually, no. We want to base it off there. We want to base it off this. Do 0.4. That looks more like it. Alright, so we're going to .4. Those we also want to stick opacity on, but leave it at 1. So that is going to give us a good view there. So we can see sort of the shape we're going for. So what I'm probably going to do is start at the tail and extrude out to the front, and then we can extrude down and up and side to side. And because this should be symmetrical along the y-axis, we're going to see if we can actually get it symmetrical using the mirror modifier. So I'm going to hide that for now, bring these back, and if I go to orthographic view, what I want to do is add shift is add a cube. Now this cube is 2 meters by 2 meters. Yes, I think it is. Yes. Okay. So go back to orthographic view. What I want to do is shift this. Now the reason this is shifted along is that this at the center line is down here, but a lot of the rooms and stuff are defined on lines. Now rather than having them on half lines, I've just shifted the whole thing across by 0.5. So what we want to do is have the location of this be 0.5. That centers it in the ship. We're also going to set that to 0. And what I want to do is add a modifier. I'm going to add a mirror modifier. So if the axis is Y, let's just do some tests. So if I go into edit mode and I select a face, okay, so it does want to be along X. Okay, so if I shift that there, go there, select. Okay, so that is working perfectly. So what we can do is go out of edit mode and we'll just let's delete that cube. Can I let's lock all these. Is there a way to I want to lock everything. I'm assuming that is going to be somewhere, but for now we'll just lock all of these and do the same on here, just so that we can't accidentally change anything. So yeah, we can't change, we can't scale or anything. So let's re-add a cube. And what we're going to do is make sure that we are that is a fairly good place to be. We're going to add our mirror modifier again. There we are. And then we want to set this to 0.5, 0. And then we're going to, the y-axis, shift it to there. And what I'm basically going to try and do is make this cube and just make the flat outline of this going around. Because if we do it like this where we're going forward and we're basically at each of these points, almost like making it as though it's ribs going out, that should then let us hopefully do some cuts this way and be able to really get the shape dialed in. Because we're also going to want to start extruding stuff down and up and so on. So this is just going to be like a base plane, and this isn't even going to be flat, because if I bring this back, you can see this line here is actually below that plane, but that line is there, and these lines should be up here. So this shape is going to be like the wings are going to shift up, the nose is going to shift down, so it's going to shift quite a bit. But I want to get at least a template to play with. So we're going to, in the X direction, scale down to there, and actually let's zoom in. Alright. Okay, so I'm going to leave this back bit here because we're going to probably do that as a separate piece. Because that is actually, this entire back bit is probably going to be, no, this bit it probably isn't, but this bit here is, because it's going to spin and there's going to be things spinning around there. So what we now want is to go into edit mode, and we're going to face select and go back here, and then our next point's up there, so we're going to extrude this up here, and then we just want to do that along the X there, and we're going to extrude out again to there, and then we're going to scale along X, about there. And then I'm going to extrude out again. On the X, I'm going to extrude. Oh. Right up here. I got that wrong. Let's go for that. And extrude out again. This time to probably around that. Oh, I see. It's gone. Oh, so actually, let's undo a bit. Be about there. Oop. Okay. Move up a bit. So the next point. So if someone actually knows Blender, they're probably way faster at this than I am. They probably have finished by now, but as I say, I am but a noob. Next point is there. Right, through that again. Do that. Oop. Do that to there. And goes up to there. Goes up to there, and we're going back in now. Nice something. There. Go over there, and we're going to go Let's shift up a bit more. Oh, curious. Managed to get that so wrong. Okay, let's go in. That. That. And what? Two. Reserve. Okay, so let's hide the reference. What I probably want is yeah, we're probably going to want something going all the way down. And then here is just that edge. Go back here, bring up the reference, and then grab that. There. So if we zoom out, we now have our basic shape. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to flatten this a bit. So we're going to select this, and in the Z axis, I'm going to scale this down. Maybe not 0.5. That looks okay to me. Right, so I think what I might do... front may be easier to do if I drag this up so this is along. Let's zoom in. So the like this point here. So if I basically flatten this, so this bit here is where we get this, and what I can do for the basic cross section along the top is get the front, at least the top bit laid out, because I think what is going to be best, the top is the much simpler shape because it's just flat at the top and then curves down here. And then again flat at the top and curves down at the back. The front's going to take a fair bit of work because we also need windows and stuff there, but when you start getting to the bottom it curves down a lot more. So I think what I'm going to do is squish this up, get the top sculpted, ignoring the front, then work from the back and get the bottom sculpted, and then finish up with the cockpit over here. So what I'm going to do first is if I reset that to 1, and what we want to do, bounce there. Right. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is create some cuts. And then, yeah, create some cuts where I need, and then just drag the upper vertices up. So I'm going to need a cut there. So if I go so 1 and 4. And is what 3 and half. Five and a half. 1, 4, 3 and a half, 5 and a half. I'll go from the top. Going to here, and I want... I don't want a loop cut then, do I? I don't know how you use the title. I built this room. I suppose it wouldn't hurt. Let's just save this. Out there, and then so about half 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On about there. Right. That was... Okay, so that is mirroring. Perfect. So what I want to do is edge select that and go here. Select that and go here. Don't. Okay. Just want the top. And okay. I'm gonna want to switch to wireframe mode. Alright. So next up is selecting all of these. And then finally, grab these. And what I'm going to not go quite as far, because some of these are going to want to potentially collapse. I'm going to go like that. Yeah, I think enough. I want to select add bottom. That's looking fairly reasonable. Just on this around here. What is going on? Hey. Let's look something up. Okay, so I think what I am going to need to do is other side. Like that. But if I duplicate that. .4. Select all. Okay, so we want to shift down. So in this case I probably do want to edge select. Nice. If I was to take this. There we go. So I'm mapping on there, but I'm also bisecting. Okay. So then what I'm going to do while I'm here is cut out these, because when that goes down to there, what I want to do is combine these two vertices. So the question is, how do I go about that? Okay, merge, let's see. Yes. Fantastic. Let's see. Yes. I'm going to quickly add a... Because what I'm doing with my Stream Deck is anything where I need to go over to the right hand side of my keyboard, I can't just use my left hand of the mouse. I'm trying to put on the Stream Deck because it's less movement because of where my Stream Deck is placed. So I'm just going to throw in a hotkey. It's just going to be M, and that's going to be merge. I'm going to go here. That's 1, 2, 3, merge. This one last. So that's looking cleaner. Right, so I go like this and I edge select. Okay. Select there. Good. So should then be able that Yeah. So touch it on that. Be able to. There.
Distant silhouettes at the horizon. Sing a still duet, affections tighten. Kindred ribbons spring us from our tether. Rivers drifting vivid and together.
We'll check that bit because it doesn't need to go up that there. That just saves us some polygons. Because technically that goes along to there, but we can get away without. May need to get there, but we'll see. Ah. Let's see how that looks. That doesn't look too bad. Right, what I'm going to do is throw on another modifier. Don't care about it there, but for the render, just go on. Oh, no camera can be found. Okay. Right. Oh. That looks okay. That's looking good for top part. So let's do bottom. I was to... That's 7. If I hold control, okay, so that flips. That's good to know. Also, controlling your numpad does the opposite orthogonal. So, what we want to do is rarely hide our oh, is it because I'm on the... Yeah. Need to select that one. Okay. Back to the box reference. Add the box reference again. Let's start from oh. That. So how is everyone doing in chat? Hopefully this is somewhat interesting to you, watching me slowly go around and struggle with stuff like this. So I'm pretty pleased with how it's turning out. I think I'm getting used to using Blender now. Bring my reference back down. Well, hopefully this is showing you something cool and interesting. That's a fairly nice low poly curve. Right, for the next bit. This needs a lot more. So way around this. More cuts. That is that. That. 5, 10, 13. Four, 5. But yeah, it's roughly about the same. Oh, I was pressing the wrong modifier. Right. What? Is I need to bring that middle. Bottom. Make things easier. Let's hide that. Let's see. This front bit is a complete mess, but we're going to fix that later. Because the most complex bit anyway. Let's sort out this tail. Wait temporarily. Temporarily under. Really high. Wait. Okay. Long. Okay. So what I want to do, go to vertex. What I want to select that vertex. Vertex. That. I think I'm to. Massively play around. Tail. So, edge. And grab Y there. Right, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to call it there for today. Because I've been going for nearly 5 hours. So let's see if someone is around. Ooh, someone is around. Megan. So we are going to go and raid Megan. And I will probably do a bit more of this in my own time and then pick up again a bit more on Wednesday because I'm having quite a lot of fun with this. So I want to thank you all for joining me today. Thank you to everyone who's chatted, everyone who has given me advice, and for those who have followed along with the coding and now my delving into 3D graphics. The bottom and the front are looking a bit of a mess, but the top's looking alright. So like I say, someone with more knowledge of Blender would probably have done a far better job than I and made this far more efficiently, but you only learn by doing things badly. So anyway, I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your Monday, a wonderful rest of your week, and hopefully you'll join me again on Wednesday. It will be at 6 PM UK time, so starting around half an hour later than we are now. But until then, as always, happy coding.